Quack, Do. Um, 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 hello? 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 Um, um, never mind, bye. Oh. Oh. Okay then. Is it something I said? Spent too long away from streaming and now everyone thinks I'm dead. Everybody forgot about me. So we gotta start over again. We gotta start over. That's fine. We'll work our way back up. We'll work our way back up. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna sit here and eat noodles until somebody gets here. How's it going, everybody? What's up? Well, I've been working on the tile in the sunroom. I got the tile laid, I got it grouted. I just have to go back over it and clean up some of the extra grout, but that's about it. Just me crawling around with some microfiber cloths and a razor. I don't know. I might just take today off. Might just call a mulligan. Try again tomorrow. I don't know how some streamers do it. They just sit there and talk to themselves. I like to talk to you. How was the grouting and tile work? I'm fucking beat, B-Wayne. I'm fucking beat. I'm not feeling my Riz today. Not feeling the Riz. I was just like, well, I got a stream today. They're gonna get mad at me if I miss another day of stream. I've missed too much time already. I've been away too long, and everybody forgot I existed. Consistency is key if you're gonna make it in the biz. I'm really happy with how the house is looking now, though. It looks totally different from how it looked just a few weeks ago. Are you mad at me? No. I'm just tired. I don't know if you've ever laid tile before, or if you've ever grouted a floor before, but just like crawling around on a hard surface as you're like muscling these tiles. It's exhausting. It's a good workout, though. It's a good workout, though. We'll see how today goes, but if nobody shows up, I'm gonna play hooky and go for a scooter ride, and you can't stop me. Your puppy is sick, and you're sick. Hate to hear it. That's no good. Sorry to hear that. Take all the time you need. I can't take all the time. If I took all the time, I'd be out on an island eating coconuts. Living in a hut made of sticks and leaves. Get back to work. I know, look at my sub count. My sub count has been decimated. I need to go on that grind. Just so sore. I'm just so sore. I don't know what it is. Well, it's like... I looked up how much it costs to have like flooring done, and it's expensive, and now I know why. Now I know why it's so expensive. Somewhere between $10 and $25 per square foot. Which every one of my tiles is 1 square foot. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I've laid so many tiles. Hi, Peter. What is that in non-American? In Swedish kroner, it's 10 times that amount. 1 Swedish krona is 10 US cents. So anywhere between 100 and 250. Per tile. I just had a hell of a week. We had to go get more tile from the store, and so I went and I got 16 boxes of tile. Because I needed about 10 more to get the room done, and then we wanted to have some extras just to have in case we needed to replace any in the future. Each one of those boxes of tile weighs 60 pounds. So I had 60 pounds per box, and then I had 16 boxes. And then I had another like 200 pounds worth of mortar. And I had to haul all that into the house. And then I had to, like, lay it on the floor. So I'm just pooped. Used to work in the flooring department at Home Depot. Rearranging the tile aisle was a pain in the ass. Oh, I bet. Tiles are fucking heavy. Like, every individual tile weighs, like, over 3 pounds. It's like, it's no joke. I feel like I just got out of the hyperbolic time chamber. I feel like I'm about to go whoop Cell's ass. I feel like I've unlocked a new stage in my development. Help. I got you. I got you. Answering questions and being helpful gives me energy. This is how I feel useful. So thank you. Thank you for contributing to my sense of purpose. I recently cut my sister off because she kept crossing my boundaries. I told her multiple times to not speak down to me as if I was lesser than her, and she kept doing it. I decided to cut her off until she apologizes or changes her behavior towards me, and this has been hard so far. Today I was supposed to go to Grandma's house, and then the last minute my sister decided she was going, and so I couldn't go because I'm keeping my distance from her. I live on an island a bit far from where I live. This was a bit sad because I had planned with my mom that we were to go, but my mom said she couldn't deny my sister to too. We were having a summer grill party or barbecue or whatever it's called at my grandma's this summer in July, with my aunt and cousins and stuff, and my sister will also be attending. How do I navigate having cut her off but still having to see her in these instances? Pretend she's a ghost. Pretend she is a figment of your imagination. Like, live around her. Like, don't you cut yourself off from your entire family just because you want to distance yourself from her. It's like, you don't have to engage with her. You don't have to talk with her. You don't have to spend time with her. You don't have to acknowledge her presence at all if you don't want to. No response is a response. Like, you don't want to miss that party. You don't want to miss hanging out with your family just because she's going to be there. That's given her way too much power. Like, just remember, the reason why she puts you down and talks down to you is because she is insecure. And she does that to feel more secure about who she is. She does it to feel powerful. The only reason why she does that is because she's frail. She's insecure. And she feels a sense of security by making other people feel less than she is. It's just typical bullying behavior. But you gotta still live your life. You got other family members that you want to spend time with. And there are different ways that you can try to navigate that relationship with her if you want to, but I feel like that's a conversation for another day. Like right now, it just feels like you just need some space. I find what can be helpful when you're engaging with people who are trying to put you down or make you feel bad is to, first off, don't give them what they want. You need to recognize why they're doing what they're doing and not take it personally. Like when a person tries to put you down, you don't have to take what they're saying as true. You don't have to take what they're saying as factual. You just recognize that they're trying to make you feel bad so that they can feel better about themselves. And that's kind of sad. That's kind of sad. It's kind of pathetic. So once you realize and recognize that, whenever people try to put you down, instead of allowing yourself to be put down, you treat it more of like a curiosity. Like, interesting. Now what makes you say that? And how are you trying to make me feel? Love from Caden. Thank you, Caden. We love you too. I think what I want people to be able to take away from this, and what I want for people to be able to do in their interpersonal lives when it comes to engaging with their family or their coworkers or just people in their life that just try to put you down, that just try to make you feel bad, is to just recognize what's actually going on. They're not giving you valid criticisms. They're not telling you they're not, being factual when they're trying to put you down. They're trying to put you down so that they can feel better about themselves. And so you don't need to get mad about it. You don't need to feel bad about it. Just feel sad for them. Just feel sad for them that they can't engage with you in a healthy, productive way. It speaks more about their own inabilities and their own insecurities than it does about you as a person. One of my favorite strategies whenever somebody tries to put me down, because it does happen from time to time, I will intentionally misinterpret it as a compliment. Oh, thank you. That's such a nice thing for you to say. It honestly will just leave them confused and scratching their head. Like, we're not on the playground anymore. Like, we're not kids. Like, these types of techniques that people use is like, this is kindergarten shit. Like, this is kindergarten shit. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, grow the fuck up. What I think that you should do, and this is what I would do, so this is why I think you should do it, because it's what I would do. That I'm not saying that you have to do this. I'm just saying this is what I would do. I would go to the party, and I would just pretend that she didn't exist. Like, I would look through her. I would be friendly with everyone else. I would be having fun. I would be laughing. I would be smiling. I would be having a good time. No help, that wasn't me. No, 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 don't. I was just about to do it. That wasn't me, don't look at that link. Well, now I'm curious. I'm gonna clear your chat, but... Oh. Why does this have 2.1 million views? There are always going to be people that are kind of shitty. Don't let them take away from what you've got. Don't let them steal your shine. Don't let them stop you from having a good time just because they don't know how to have a good time. Don't let them stop you from having meaningful, healthy relationships just because they don't know how to have a meaningful, healthy relationship. I've been sleeping too much. I don't know if it's because I've been feeling under the weather, or if it's just a manifestation of my depression. Either way, I can't get enough sleep. Literally, I'll go to bed at 7 p.m. and sleep until noon the next day. Any advice for not giving into sleep as much? I feel like it's all I do. Yes. Also, I'm not saying that you're depressed, but I'm saying that you could be. Hypersomnia, meaning you sleep too much, is a symptom of depression. So is hyposomnia, not getting enough sleep. Depression messes up your sleep schedule. So, let's think about it. What could work for you to not sleep so much? What is your relationship like with your bed? And when I say that, what I mean is, what do you use your bed for? Do you hang out in your bed? Do you eat in your bed? Do you watch TV or watch movies in your bed? You use your bed for everything? Now that's problematic. You don't want to do that. Because you have to remember what's going on in your brain. Your brain is creating associations and your brain is creating connections. If I do everything in my bed, then I should be in my bed all the time. You want to reinforce the association that your bed is for sleeping. This is mostly helpful for people who don't get enough sleep. It's like if you do everything in your bed, then your brain doesn't have a strong association between bed and sleep. Your bed is just a multi-purpose piece of furniture. Might as well be a couch. All right. Advice for not giving into sleep as much. What is the lighting situation like in your room? Do you have windows where you can get some sunlight in? What helps me not sleep in too much is I don't have blackout curtains in the bedroom. I just have a sheer curtain that lets the light through. I found that if I had blackout curtains, I will sleep and sleep and sleep. But when I started letting the sunshine in, it was actually a lot easier to get up at a decent time. There's a physiological link between your body and its rhythms and the sun. It might be annoying for the first few days, you know, with the sun waking you up, but after a while it just starts to feel right. It's like, oh yeah, this is how people have been waking up for thousands of years. Like, literally, that's what people used to do before the invention of alarm clocks. Like, you get up because you can hear the birds. You get up because you can see the sun. Like, all right, time to get up. Sometimes even saying that to myself can be helpful. Just saying to myself, all right, time to get up. Just saying it out loud, it's like it helps to cement that idea within my brain. If you find that you're sleeping too much or you're having a hard time waking up at a certain time, don't keep your phone next to your bed. Put your phone across the room. Put your phone somewhere where you actually have to physically get up and go get it. And then set an alarm on your phone. And so then when the alarm goes off, you can't just lay in bed and continue to snooze. You actually have to get up and go turn the alarm off. What I find helps me wake up the most is right after I get out of bed. And this is a technique that's used by, like, productivity specialists. This is a technique that is used by, you know, like, neurologists and stuff. It's after you wake up, go find the sun. I like to go stand out on my back porch, and I'll just stand in the sun. I'll let it shine on my face. I close my eyes, of course. I'm not trying to blind myself. I'm already blind enough as it is. But there's just something about feeling the warm sun on your face that really helps to wake you up. It starts to, it sends a physiological signal within your body. It's like, okay, it's wake time. The thing about sleep, though, and feeling like you can't get enough sleep is getting more sleep doesn't really do that much to give you more energy. Like, you need to sleep, right? The sleep gives you an opportunity to rest. But realistically, it's not really doing much else that just laying down would also do. It's more of a break for your brain and your body. If you want to feel more energized, you actually have to get up and start doing more stuff. Once you start to put more of a demand on your body will start to produce more energy because it says, oh, there's more of a demand. And this is the kind of thought trap that people kind of fall into. They're like, well, if I just wait around, if I just sleep more, I'll have more energy. And that's simply not true. If you want to feel more energized, you actually have to go out there and expend some energy. So then your body can be like, oh, I'm not in power saving mode anymore. I can actually start cranking out the juice. I've also found that after you wake up, if you, instead of like snoozing and falling back asleep, if you just lay there, maybe meditate, or just chill for a few minutes, it'll actually help you to feel way more awake than if you were to fall back asleep for a few minutes. I feel like no one in the history of the snooze button has ever felt more rested after hitting the snooze button. Name a single time where you hitting the snooze button resulted in you feeling more rested, more prepared to face the day, more energized. Name one single time where that has been... one time where that actually happened. Has that ever actually happened? I don't think so. The hardest part of getting up in the morning is transitioning from laying flat to being up. So if I'm having a really hard time waking up, because it happens, sometimes I'll start off just by sitting up in bed. And then maybe let a leg hang over the side of the bed. Try to touch the floor. And then just put your rear in gear. There's a sweet spot for how much sleep a person actually needs, and this varies depending on the person. It's somewhere between, like 6 and 9 hours of sleep. So I would just try to find an amount of sleep that feels best for you. You want to wake up at a certain stage in your sleep cycle. If you wake up during like a REM cycle of sleep or during one of those cycles of your sleep where you're actually at your most wakeful, it's easier to get up and start doing stuff. But if you're trying to wake up from a dead ass deep sleep, it's challenging. I noticed a pattern in how I react to my friends. Let me just say, I'm happy that you're recognizing patterns. When you notice your own patterns, you now have the opportunity and the insight to start changing those patterns. So that's good. That's good. I tend to keep a lot of my feelings inside to avoid starting arguments, which often leads to building up resentment. My friends really appreciate that I'm a good listener and I'm always there for them, but they don't reciprocate in the same way. It feels awkward to point out that they shouldn't disrespect me, as I believe it's obvious that they should treat me with the same respect I show them. How can I handle these situations better and express my feelings in a healthier way? All right, I got you. I'm not gonna blame your friends, because I feel like that's just too easy of an answer, and that's kind of scapegoating them. So I'm not gonna assume that your friends don't care about how you feel, or that your friends don't want to hear how you feel. Let's assume that they do. Sometimes when it comes to conversations, you just gotta get in there. And I've noticed this within myself. As somebody who's normally just a listener, it's like I might not talk much in a group setting, but when I do, it's normally a banger. I'm hung up on one thing that you said. It feels awkward to point out that they shouldn't disrespect me. Are they actually, I'm trying to figure out, are they actually being disrespectful, or do you feel disrespected because they don't reciprocate? Are they actually like putting you down and saying things to you that are disrespectful, or do you just feel disrespected because they don't show that same interest in how you feel that you show in how they feel? Because that might not be disrespect. Like, what's important to remember is that a lot of people are very self-focused. A lot of people are very caught up in what they've got going on. And a lot of people don't have the capacity to just sit there and talk about how you feel because they're too busy caught up in how they feel. That being said, I would just try saying something like, you know, let's say you're in a situation with your friends and you want to express your feelings. Sometimes you just got to put them out there. What I feel is that, and then you tell them how you feel. I wouldn't view it as, you know, I'm trying to avoid starting an argument rather than I'm trying to engage in a discussion. We don't need to view a disagreement or a difference of opinion or a difference in feeling as an argument. It doesn't need to be a fight. It doesn't need to be anything confrontational. You're just engaging in a discussion. And that's okay. And that's fine. That's healthy. That's normal. So I think maybe changing how you view what your contributions add to a discussion and not viewing it as, if I say how I feel, it's going to start a fight. Not necessarily. You don't want to hang out with people who just agree with you all the time. That's boring. You want there to be a little bit of, you know, room for debate, a little bit of room for discussion. When you have people around you that have different views of the world, it helps you to develop a better view of the world rather than just being in an echo chamber. What you may find in life is that there are many times in which you would like to tell people how you feel, but people aren't going to ask you, how do you feel about this? Now, that does happen from time to time. Sometimes people will ask, they will show that genuine interest in learning how you feel. But most of the time, what I've found to be true is that if you want people to know how you feel, you have to tell them how you feel. You can't just wait for them to ask you how you feel. But anyway, I wouldn't try to take it personally, because not everybody is a perfect conversationalist. There are definitely skills and strategies that a person can learn to become a better communicator. But if you want your friends to know how you feel, just tell them. Just practice getting those feelings out there. Let's practice right now. How are you feeling? How are you feeling right now? Hello, welcome in. My glasses are dirty. I think what's important to remember is that just because your friends might not ask you how you feel, it doesn't mean that they don't care how you feel. I think for the most part, people just assume that unless you actually share how you feel and communicate that you just don't really feel that strongly about something. Also, what I've come to find is that a lot of people suck ass at talking about feelings. That's why there's a whole career path, that's why there's a whole field of study to learn how to communicate and talk about emotions in a better way. What do I know? It's been financially difficult for me, and I've done my best to get food from food banks or stores that throw away food by the end of the day. Anyway, is there a way to help with hunger desperation mentally? How can I minimize the desperation or control physical hunger? Oh. Ah. Sometimes it feels like I'm going crazy and I need to figure out how to lessen this. You seem to know a lot about the mind, and I would like some tips if you have them. Thank you for what you do. I'm happy to help. Let's give it a shot. What I've noticed within myself when it comes to feelings of hunger is that sometimes they're not entirely accurate. Sometimes your brain misinterprets thirst as hunger. Sometimes your brain misinterprets anxiety or worry as hunger. And so what I would recommend trying to do is if you're dealing with those feelings, channel them into something else. Try to engage in some other type of activity where you can redirect that energy. How do we know real or fake hunger? Just wait till your belly starts growling at you, I guess. The thing that I've noticed about hunger is that it can demand a response from you. It's like, hey, I'm hungry, eat right now. It's like, you don't have to, though. You don't have to eat right then, right there. You're not gonna die, you're not gonna starve. It's just like, you're treating it like it's an itch. You're like, ooh, it's an itch, I gotta scratch it right away. Ooh, it's an itch, I gotta scratch it right away. But what you'll notice about hunger is that if you sit with it for a little while, eventually it will fade away, and you'll forget about how hungry you are. And I think that this is something that we are conditioned to experience because think about the nature of the world that we live in. We live in an age of surplus. We live in an age of availability. We live in a post-scarcity society. We have the means and the availability for any time we feel the slightest amount of hunger, we can reach out and find food somewhere. Or there's probably, 15 different fast food places within 20 minutes of your domicile. So what I would recommend is just trying to figure out how much should I be eating, how much do I need to eat, what is a healthy amount of food that gives me all of the nutrition that I need. And then just focus on meeting that goal. The thing about hunger is that sorry. Think about this. I want you to think about this real quick. Think about somebody who overeats. Think about somebody who eats whenever they feel anxious or whenever they feel uneasy. You know, they turn to food as a means of finding comfort. Now, they're getting more signals of hunger, but they don't actually need to be eating because they've already met their nutritional goals. You already have enough nutrients to survive. However, the person who overeats or the person who anxiety eats, they'll experience those sensations of hunger even though they don't need to be eating at that moment. So I would just try to focus on your feelings of hunger and to just examine, like, am I actually hungry? Do I actually need to eat something right now? Is my body lacking nutrients? Is my body lacking the fuel it needs to function? Because the thing about those signals of feeling hunger is that if you train your body to, you know, you're basically responding to the slightest notion of hunger with, well, I guess it's time for a snack. I guess it's time to eat. You're just gonna feel hungry more often. Feeling hungry doesn't always mean that you need to eat, it just means that you think that you need to eat. Also, shout out to food banks. Food banks are awesome. Food banks are awesome. Like, even if you do have the means financially, like, this country, and not just this country, but like a lot of countries, like, we throw away so much food. It's honestly ridiculous. So there's no reason to feel any sort of like any sense of like guilt or shame for accessing food banks. It's like, I would say that accessing a food bank is actually a morally good thing to do because it prevents the excess food waste. Hunger is one of those things that your brain will use to like process feelings of anxiety. You might be feeling anxiety about something else, but your brain is having a hard time processing it, and so it manifests it as a sensation of hungry. Because when you think about it, hunger is a byproduct of anxiety. Feeling the need to eat is a function of our anxiety. Just Just remember, anxiety is meant to be a tool. It's meant to be something that motivates you to do the things that you need to do, hunger included. But I would just say, if you want to change your relationship with your feelings of hunger, just sit there and focus on those feelings. That's what monks do whenever... I'm not saying you need to be a monk, but when monks will, like, fast for days at a time, they will allow themselves to feel the feeling that they are experiencing. They will, focus on those feelings of hunger. Why are you hungry? Is it because you're starving? Or is it because you're bored? Is it because you're anxious? Is it because you've got nothing better to do? Just something to think about. Can you help me develop strategies to manage my stress and anxiety more effectively in my daily life? I've tried finding stuff online, but I find it difficult to put them into practice. Normally, I would like to know a little bit more about the nature of your stress, the nature of your anxiety, so that we can find something that's a little bit more individualized, a little bit more specific. But that being said, I can offer you some general advice, some generalized strategies that you can adapt and build upon to work into your life. The most important skill for you to practice if you are trying to manage your stress and your anxiety is... Somebody in chat knows. Somebody in chat knows. I kind of want to wait until one of them says the answer. Chat, what is the most important skill for you to practice if you are trying to manage your stress and anxiety? Mindfulness? Close. Close. Close answer. Can you repeat the question? What is the most important skill for you to practice if you're trying to learn how to manage your stress and your anxiety? Mindfulness is very close. That's number 2. Mindfulness is number 2, but I need number 1. Good answer, though. Good answer, though. Be good at League of Legends. If you or anyone you know is still playing League of Legends in 2024, check in on them. Check in on them. Do we need a hint? Do we need a hint? I'll give you a hint. You've probably done it. You've probably done it 20 times since I asked the question. You've been doing it this whole time. There you go. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. You got it. It all comes down to your breathing. And the reason why I say this, and it's not just because I believe it to be true, but it's something that they've found to be helpful in managing anxiety and stress for thousands of years, through a technique that we like to refer to as biofeedback. If you just take a moment to pause and take in a big deep breath, Just fill yourself up. Let it absorb for a moment. Don't just let it go. Just feel that satisfaction. And then exhale with a nice sigh, like ah. If you can breathe in a relaxed and calm way, it sends signals to your brain that you are relaxed and calm, because your respiration rate is one of the things that your brain uses to determine how you should be feeling at that moment. And if you're breathing like a relaxed person, your brain says, oh, I must be relaxed. I'm breathing like a relaxed person. It's kind of like your lizard brain. Like when you cover an alligator's eyes, it assumes it must be nighttime, and it falls asleep. Your brain works the same way. You got the same lizard brain, because that's the part of your body that feels anxiety. It's the lizard brain part of your body. And you can easily deceive it. It says, oh, I'm breathing like a relaxed person. I must be relaxed. Now, beyond that, people also mentioned mindfulness. Mindfulness is also very important. Mindfulness is awareness. Mindfulness is your ability to take a step back from the situation that you're in and, okay, I can feel that I'm starting to feel a bit stressed. I'm starting to feel a bit anxious. What do I want to do about these feelings? Do I need to take a break? Do I need to take a little bit of a walk? Do I need to text somebody? Do I need to talk to a friend? Do I need to have a snack? Is there a reason that it can be annoying to be told to just breathe when you're in panic mode? Well, that's because it's kind of condescending, and it's kind of dismissive. The better way to handle it if someone is in panic mode is to tell them, breathe with me. And then you breathe together. You make it co-op instead of single player. That's the more effective way. Like if you just tell somebody to just breathe, it's like saying, have you tried not being sad? Have you have you tried being happy? Just rub one out instead. That's also lizard brain activity. What I've found to be the most beneficial in managing stress and anxiety is to try to take a step back from it and just watch it as it unfolds within you. Just approach it with more curiosity. Like you're looking at a flower or a painting or whatever. By practicing putting that space in between you and your emotions, you can learn how to handle them better. It just takes practice. Also, practice your relaxing. Relaxation is a skill, and it's a skill that you can practice. It's a skill you can get better at. I feel like it's a misconception that a lot of people make that I'm great at relaxing. I'm so good at relaxing. People just like to assume that I am as good at relaxing as I will ever need to be. But what people don't really comprehend is that relaxation is a skill. Relaxation involves a certain amount of letting go, a certain amount of surrender, a certain amount of being able to just how many times have you tried to relax, but it's like, well, there's stuff that I'm still thinking about. It's like, oh, I'm thinking about that thing I gotta do tomorrow. I'm thinking about what I gotta make for dinner. I'm thinking about what I gotta... The more you're able to disconnect from yourself and from your life and from your responsibilities, the more relaxed you will feel. Also, I feel like people have this misconception that the more in tune and aware you are of your feelings as you are feeling them, the more control you have over them, but that's not necessarily true. If you want to feel more control over your feelings, you have to learn how to take a step back from them. Instead of this feeling being my feeling, I am watching someone else have this feeling. Do my eyebrows come down when I'm relaxed? Oh, my eyebrows only come down when I'm sad. The headband interferes with my eyebrow control. Bro Gone Wild 24/7 with the Prime sub. Let's go. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I got one more thing for you before I go on from this one, because managing stress and anxiety is something that I've put a lot of time and effort and thought into. So I'm just trying to offer some of the most, easy to apply things. Anxiety likes to ask you the following question. What could go wrong? What is going to happen that could go badly for me? That's what anxiety is asking you. What dangers do I need to worry about? On the flip side, excitement asks you, what could go right? Anxiety and excitement are produced in the same regions of the brain. It's two sides of the same coin. It just depends on what question is it postulating. What question is it trying to answer? What could go wrong or what could go right? And so if you find yourself constantly asking yourself, what could go wrong, what could go wrong, what could go wrong, implement the practice of asking yourself, what could go right? Can you give advice for sleeping phobia? I would just say, instead of focusing on sleep, focus on creating comfort and relaxation. If you can create an environment that is comfortable and relaxing and peaceful, then you've got nothing to be afraid of. I say the same thing to people who, have trouble falling asleep, like maybe they have insomnia. It's like, if you have insomnia and you're trying to fall asleep, you're trying to make yourself go to sleep, it's not going to work. What you need to focus on instead is, how can I feel more relaxed? How can I feel more comfortable? How can I feel more at peace? If you feel comfortable, relaxed, and at peace, sleep is a natural byproduct of those things. I'm trying, but the fear of losing my mind and falling asleep is still haunting me. Have you ever noticed, and this isn't something that I'm trying to say to scare you or to make you feel worried or anything, have you ever paid attention to your thoughts whenever you're right about to fall asleep? Have you ever paid close attention to the stuff that pops up in your head or the stuff that you think about, like right when you're about to fall asleep? A lot of it's just ridiculous. A lot of it's just nonsensical. A lot of it's just like, it doesn't make sense. That moment before you fall asleep, your brain is transitioning from a state of wakefulness into a state of sleep. And so sometimes your brain will act in unexpected ways, and sometimes it will make you feel like you are having crazy thoughts. No need to fear losing your mind. If you lose your mind, all you gotta do is find it again. Like, I lost my mind a long time ago, and then I found it again. Hey, Papa. How can I improve my body image and develop a more positive relationship with my appearance? Sometimes I hate myself. Alright, first off, you got no time to hate yourself. We got, what, 24 hours in a day? We don't need to spend any of that time directed towards self-hatred, because that's not gonna get you to where you're going. That's not gonna get you to where you're trying to go. Alright? You're not gonna hate yourself into becoming the person that you want to be. Maybe you don't like yourself as you are, but that's okay. You have to be supportive and encouraging and loving of yourself, because that is what will actually motivate you to do the work that you need to do to acquire a appearance that you are more comfortable with. But if you feed into these thoughts of self-hatred, or if you identify with these thoughts of self-hatred, it's just going to continue to spiral. Let's say that you hate yourself, and so you start to go to the gym and you start to work out and you get a new figure and you drop a couple sizes and you're feeling, you've met a lot of your goals, but you did it on a foundation of self-hatred. Is that going to go away? Like, no, you're just going to find new things to hate about yourself. Self-love doesn't always mean the same thing as self-like. Sometimes self-love means recognizing the things about you that you want to change, recognize the things about yourself that you don't particularly like, the things that you're not fond of. But hating yourself isn't going to give you the motivation to do the things that you need to do to like yourself more. You gotta love yourself enough to be able to say, you know what? Maybe I could lose a few pounds. Maybe I could cut down a few sizes. Maybe I could, practice better self-care, practice better hygiene, better grooming. You know, get a haircut, get a trim, do what I need to do to start feeling more confident about myself. So, your question is, how can I improve my body image and develop a more positive relationship with my appearance? What do you like about yourself? Start with that. What are some things about you that you appreciate, some things about you that you like? You want to learn how to like yourself more? And you do that by identifying that which you already do like about yourself. The name of the game is, how can I like myself more, not how can I hate myself less? That window through which you view yourself is very important, and how you phrase things. If you're dealing with self-hatred, it might get smaller and smaller, but it's still going to be something that you identify as hatred. So, what I always say about hate is there are things in this world that are deserving of your hate. There are things in this world that are deserving of your hate. You are not one of them. You can hate murder, you can hate child abusers, you can hate genocide, you can hate apartheid, you can hate exploitation of the working class, you can hate capitalism. But you don't need to hate you. Your self-love needs to be non-negotiable. And self-love doesn't mean that you always like yourself, but self-love means that you are willing to identify the things that you don't like about yourself so that you can change them. So, my advice to you is find out the things about yourself that you do like, and then work on expanding those things that you like about yourself. Drop the word hate out of your vocab. Also, practice your posture. Confidence is like 90% posture, I swear. You would be surprised just how much more confident you will feel if you adopt a confident posture. Head up, shoulders back. Good advice, the world works against us enough. Right? It's like, I don't really need to care what the world thinks about me. That's too many people to be concerned with. I've got my plate full just concerned with what I think about me. What I always tell people is that you really gotta let go of worrying about what other people think about you. Because you could do everything right with a person. You could be kind, compassionate, patient, understanding, and giving, and they could still resent you for it. Not because you did anything wrong, but just because of their own insecurities. They say, oh, they just think they're so much better than me. They just think that they're so much better than me. I've gotten that one before. I've had people tell me that. Like, you just think you're so much better than me, don't you? I'm like, no, I don't think that I'm better than anybody else. Just try to become a person that you like more. All right? And love yourself. You deserve it. Good question. I've related at times. That's a question we can all relate to. Before I go on to the next one, just important for me to remind you, supermodels, bodybuilders, actors, people who other people will line up to admire, they still have their own insecurities. Like, do you think a bodybuilder looks in the mirror and they're like, oh yeah, I'm big enough? No, a bodybuilder looks in the mirror and they're like, this muscle needs to be a little bit bigger. This one's not big enough, but... How to not care about my partner's past? Well, you can't change it. You can only change how you think about it. Also, the more time you spend thinking about their past, the more time you are losing to be able to think about what you've got with them right here, right now. What matters is the moment that you're in and the moments that you'll share in the future. I've never detoxed from drugs, and this week it's been 1 week without weed. I didn't think that weed detox would feel so bad. I wasn't abusing weed, and I can't imagine how bad is the detox from strong meds. I also didn't use weed for a long time, probably about a year in total. How long till I can see the benefits of being without weed? I miss feeling happy and relaxed, but I can no longer sustain it financially. Okay. Important thing to note. Weed doesn't make you feel happy and relaxed. Because that's not guaranteed. Weed for some people makes people feel stressed and anxious. Weed for some people makes them feel psychotic. What weed does, though, is it puts you in a position where you are less likely to care about the things that make you unhappy. It makes it harder to fixate on the things that might be subtracting from your mood. And so I would say you've identified the skills that you need to work on, the skills that you need to practice. Happiness is a skill. Relaxation is a skill. Those are things that you need to practice doing. And you can do that with or without weed. Weed is one of those things where it's like it doesn't do anything to actually solve your problems, it just helps you to forget about your problems. Kind of similar to alcohol in that way. So I would just start looking at things like, what could I do? And what you're going to want to do, it's a skill known as visualization. Let me break it down for you. You want to feel happier, right? You want to feel happier and more relaxed. So what you need to do is you need to look inwards and say, what would it feel like? What sort of stuff would I be doing if I was just a little bit happier and a little bit more relaxed? Not the most happy, not the most relaxed, because that's getting too far ahead. You're just trying to figure out the next step in your development. If I were just a little bit happier, what would that look like? What sort of stuff would I be doing? What sort of stuff would I be thinking? Because if you want to become that person, that happier version of yourself, you have to get to know them. And if you want to get to know them, you do it up here. It's a really helpful technique for people who are coming out of depression. What would I be doing? What would it feel like? What would I be thinking if I were just a little bit happier? Not as happy as I could be, not as happy as I want to be, but just a little bit happier than I am right now. That's a step in the right direction. That's where you're trying to get. So, what sort of things would help you feel happier and more relaxed? Now you know what you need to practice. Also, congratulations on 1 week. You're gonna do great. I'm gonna move over. I'm gonna scoot. Scoot over a little bit. I had a minor car accident on Monday. I'm okay, and luckily no other vehicles were involved. I was exiting and my car overcorrected and the traction control kicked in and it spun my car off the freeway. There was mechanical damage, but it costs more than the car itself. Oh, that sucks. My mind is all over the place with emotions, highs and mostly lows. I did journal about it and I'm trying to be aware of my thoughts and dismiss the negative. I'm struggling with giving myself grace and I'm blaming myself for the accident. I've noticed guilt has been heavily present the past couple days. I'm super grateful to be okay and that no one else was involved. I'm thankful I had my dad there to help me out and he was super comforting to me when he arrived. Could you provide any pointers to help me process the emotions from this traumatic event? Thank you, Josh, for all that you do. Oh, you're welcome. The thing about having an accident, and accidents happen to everybody. I'm sure most people have been there at one point in life. You're like, oh no, why did I do that? Like, you can't, like, you're gonna have some feelings about it, but those feelings will fade. Like, this goes for people who have been in situations where they've had a car accident, or maybe you broke something expensive, maybe you knocked something over. So, pointers to help you process the emotions. I would focus on the things that, you know, you still have. Like, you're safe, you're okay, no one was hurt. Like, that's the most important thing. The most important thing is that no one was hurt. Like, material objects can be replaced. It's like, what I think about is like people who, like, their house burns down, like there's a fire and they lose everything, but like they're safe, their family got out okay, like no one was hurt, no one was injured. It's like that's always what matters most. It's like everything else is just stuff. You know, your house, your car, it's just stuff. You, on the other hand, are irreplaceable. So as long as you're okay and no one was hurt, that's what matters most. That sounds like your dad was really sweet and supportive when that happened, so that's awesome. You know, in time, you'll forget all about it. It might take a little while, but in time, life will go on. But hey, we're glad you're okay. That's what matters most. You weren't hurt, no one else was hurt. That's what's most important. What snack? Oh, you're gonna love this one. The American snack cake. Describe taste. It tastes like sugar. It's just very sweet. It tastes like it tastes like a zebra cake, but with sprinkles on it. A what? Like this. I don't know. I don't think I could accurately describe the flavor to someone who's not from America because I don't know if you can buy this level of like just overly sweet processed cake anywhere other than the good old red, white, and blue. You've never seen this cake? No, probably because you have actual food at your grocery stores. I'm having trouble setting up appointments for myself and getting official things done. I get the worst anxiety when I'm faced with these tasks. Making phone calls, driving to places I've never been, and meeting new people all fill me with fear when I anticipate doing them. I have a few things that have been piling up and I really need to get done, especially concerning my government ID. It's expiring and I really need to interface with the DMV and get my stuff updated. I have other things expiring and I need to fill out paperwork and make phone calls. I don't know what to do. I'm also stressed out because my therapist quit and the doctor's office has not replaced them yet. I was supposed to have an appointment today, but it was canceled. I guess I'm filling in. I've made a lot of progress in the last couple months, but I'm hitting some hurdles lately, and sometimes I feel like I'm barely holding it together. Any tips for helping me get to the finish line? I need to beat these anxieties and power through the tasks to get them done. I feel like I'm close to getting myself on a regular daily schedule so I can produce work consistently, but I just can't make it click into place. Thank you. Alright, I have one practical, actionable tip first off, and this is just related to phone calls. dial the number in your phone, and before you even have time to think about it, make the call. I never liked making phone calls. I still don't really like talking on the phone. I prefer to talk to people in person. But that being said, what helped me with making phone calls that I didn't want to make was just hitting the call button before I could overthink it. Before I could come up with an excuse, before I could, find something else to go do instead or distract myself. It's like jumping in the pool. I make Siri dial the number for me and then it's already happening. Exactly, like that's what I'm talking about. It's like once it's already happening, it's like, okay, well, I guess I gotta go with it. Like you already did the hard part. You already started the call. There are different things that might help you when it comes to making these types of phone calls. Sometimes I find it helpful if I'm on the phone with somebody. I'll close my eyes and I'll pretend that they're like across the table from me or something. I'll be like, rather than just some mysterious person far away that I can't see. I feel like we overhype these types of things. And if we want to take our power back from anxiety, what we need to start doing is proving our anxiety wrong. So, my challenge for you is figure out the priority of the things that you need to do. Figure out step by step everything that you need to get done. And then get started with that first step. And then every step of the way, I want you to tell yourself, see, that wasn't so hard. That wasn't so bad. We suffer more in imagination than we do in reality. And I feel like what makes anxiety really blow up is when you think about every single thing that you need to do, it feels too overwhelming. It's like, oh, there's just too much stuff I gotta do. Just worry about the next thing that you have to do. Also, let me just say that what I've found to be true like 99.9% of the time, just be nice when you're on the phone. And the person that you're talking to on the phone will be nice to you. Just think about it from their perspective. It's their job to take phone calls all day. How many people do you think that they talk to in a day that are rude or hateful? Having somebody that's on the phone with them that's actually nice and polite, they will respond in kind. They will be nice and polite with you. Also, just remember, it's going to be more of a pain to get all of your stuff taken care of if you wait until after it expires. It becomes more of a hassle. It becomes more expensive to take care of stuff if you wait until after it expires. Thank you. No, thank you. This is my strategy, okay? Let's say I'm calling somebody on the phone. Let's say I'm calling somebody and it's somebody at some government office or something, I'm on hold because you're probably going to have to be on hold for a little while. Okay. And then you finally get somebody that picks up and they're like, hi, this is so-and-so from the such and such office. Just be casual. Just be nice. Just be friendly. Talk to them like you're talking to a friend on the phone. I like to ask the person that I'm talking to on the phone, how's your day going? Treat them like a human instead of treating them like a robot. Like, they're not going to yell at you. They're not going to be mean to you. They are there to help you because they're getting paid to do that. Just one of those things you gotta desensitize yourself. Also, just think about how good it will feel after you accomplish those tasks that you need to do. You're looking forward to that reward. But also look at it from this perspective. In doing these things, I am becoming more capable. In doing these things, I am becoming stronger. And so it isn't just the reward of getting things done, it's also the reward of I am becoming more skillful. The act of doing is also rewarding. It's not just getting things done, it's the doing that is a reward. By viewing things this way, it changes when your brain spikes dopamine, and it can actually motivate you to do more stuff. Also, I believe in you, so don't forget that. If you find yourself doubting yourself, well, like, well, Papa B believes in me, so. Is that cake? Yeah, I picked up these red, white, and blue cakes. I've got one more packet in there. I think you're doing great. And I just want to add one more thing. When we work hard and we're making progress, sometimes as we are developing and improving, we might start to feel a sense of doubt in our own abilities. Just remember that in getting better, you are going to be constantly proving yourself wrong. The act of getting better is full of opportunities in which you are exceeding your own expectations. Learn to appreciate the challenge. Learn to appreciate it as an opportunity to hone your skills. Hey, I made a Twitch account just for this. Can I get advice, please? Yes. Are the goldfish also cheese? We're talking about Cheez-Its and goldfish? I prefer goldfish to Cheez-Its, if I'm being honest. Some people are obsessed with Cheez-Its. Me personally, I'm not the biggest fan of Cheez-Its. I actually prefer the generic or store brand version most of the time. There's a weird aftertaste that name brand Cheez-Its has. I can't really explain it. Goldfish though, I could destroy some goldfish. Like these little guys. Oh yeah. It's like a roasted aftertaste. Yeah, it's like Cheez-Its have this strange aftertaste that just like Cheez-Its themselves taste okay, but it's the aftertaste that I don't like. Goldfish, on the other hand, goldfish are good. I haven't had them in a while, though. Hold on. I saw these at the store the other day, and I almost bought them, but I didn't. And I just wanted to know, has anyone tried these? They make Old Bay seasoned goldfish. And I might have to get some. What's Old Bay? Old Bay is a spice mix that you can use on like seafood or chicken. Not Old Baytown. It's good. It's it has celery salt in it, which is part of what gives it its interesting flavor. I don't know, I might have to go back to the store and get some of those Old Bay goldfish. Hey, vendor chump. 10 months? Let's go. I feel as if I literally can't stop stressing and thinking. No matter what, my brain just keeps finding something to think about or hate myself for some reason. Usually I would shut down, but recently I've been having stress headaches, nosebleeds, and constant shaking. I don't know what I should do to stop this. Alright, everybody do me a favor. Everybody do me a favor. Stop thinking. I know what you're thinking. And I need you to stop. I need you to stop thinking. Can you do that for me? Can you stop thinking? Here's the thing. You can't make yourself not think. You can't tell yourself to not think about things. And also, trying not to think about something just makes you think about it more. If I told you, don't think about giraffes. Don't think about giraffes. Don't think about giraffes. Don't think about the long neck. Don't think about how they have the same number of vertebrae as us. Don't think about those weird little lumps they have on their head. Don't think about them. Don't think about giraffes. Whenever you tell your brain to not think about something, your brain says, oh, this must be something worth thinking about, which is why I feel such a response to this thing. When you try to not think about something, it makes you think about it even more. What I find to be helpful, instead of trying to slow your thinking, instead of trying to not think things, try speeding your thinking up. Try to think faster. And then try to think about just how fast you're thinking. And then try to think even faster than that, until your thoughts just become a blur. Your thoughts are moving by so quickly that you can't stop and take a look at any one thought in particular. Because it's like you said, you can't stop. And so what you need to do is you actually need to speed it up. You need to hit the gas. You need to think so quickly that you can't even focus on any particular thought. This can be helpful, or this can be more effective if you listen to white noise, or if you listen to some binaural beats, or just something to help promote that type of thinking. Like, you're not going to be able to slow your brain down, but what you can do is tire it out. So that's one thing you can try. The other thing you can try is when you think something, before you think the next thing, are you familiar with Marie Kondo? Are you familiar with Marie Kondo? The art of tidiness, the joy of cleaning. Whenever you have a thought, just imagine that thought as if it is a tangible thing, something that you could hold in your hand. And then before you let that thought go, ask yourself, what do I want to do with this thought? Is this a thought that I'm trying to learn how to let go of? Or is this a thought I want to keep? If it's a thought that you want to keep, awesome. Keep it. Hang on to it. If it's a thought that you want to let go of, it's not so simple to just let that thought go. If it were that easy to just let a thought go, then you wouldn't. No one would ever need a therapist. My job wouldn't exist. However, acknowledging that you want to let a thought go is how you begin the process of learning how to let it go. So there are two different ways you can kind of handle this overstressing and overthinking. First off, you can tire your brain out. Just try to think faster. Put on some music that you can jam to and just go with the rhythm. Just let your thoughts breeze past you. On the other hand, you can try to slow your thoughts down, but you're going to try to do this in a productive way. It's like you're standing there in a factory, you're in a thought factory, and your thoughts are rolling down the conveyor belt, and you are inspecting them one by one. What do I want to do with this? Does this one go in the keeper pile, or does this one go in the recycle bin? If you can practice doing this from a detached place, you want to take a step back from yourself. You are not your thoughts. You are the one who is observing and experiencing your thoughts. And you can change your relationship with those thoughts. It just takes practice. Also, don't forget to breathe. Give me your most relaxed sigh that you can give. How relaxed can you sound? How much relaxation can you produce through a nice sigh? That was okay. That was a good start, but I feel like I could sound more relaxed. Now we're cooking. Mine didn't really sound very relaxed. Try again, from the top. Remember, relaxation is something you're practicing. Wait, what do you do with the thoughts when you decide which they are? I missed that. Okay. Jake, real quick, Jake in the chat. Jake, I see your question, and I'm going to get to it here in just a second. Let me wrap up my thought here real quick. My thought about thoughts, my thinking about thinking. I want you to practice something for just a moment. I want you to just close your eyes and pay attention to your thoughts. Just watch them go by, like cars in a train, just passing by, chugga chugga choo choo. When you pay attention to any one thought in particular, how long does it take before that thought is replaced by a new thought? On average, we have about 50,000 thoughts a day. That's a new thought about every 2 seconds. It can be helpful to deal with your stress and your overthinking if you learn and practice to just take a step back from your thoughts instead of actively participating in every single thought that you have. Just watch them float by, because they will continue to flow. Your thoughts have a flow to them. You don't just stop and think one thing and then you think that thing for the rest of the day. It's like, no, that thought will be replaced by something else. Where does statistic number of thoughts come from? How did we learn this data? Well, okay. All right, you got me. So what they do is you get a group of people and you give them a notepad and you give them a pencil, and then you say, all right, every time you have a new thought, I want you to make a line on the page. We're going to tally, and we're going to see how many thoughts you think in 5 minutes. And then you extrapolate. What they found is that some people have fewer thoughts, and some people have more thoughts. But if you sit down and pay attention to your thoughts, what you'll notice is that you get a new thought every few seconds. The way that you can recognize this is try to think something. Try to think something for as long as you can. And what you'll realize is that you can't hold on to that thought. Like if I were to tell you, think about giraffes. If I were to say, think about giraffes, eventually you would start thinking about something else. You can't maintain or hold on to that one thought forever. Eventually you're going to get distracted. Something else is going to come in. So just get into the practice of meditating and observing your thoughts You don't need to be an active participant in every single thought that you have. It's okay to just be a detached observer. And this can really help with the stress and overthinking. Alright, let me jump into... Okay, what do you do with the thoughts when you decide which they are? I missed that. Okay. Whenever you have a thought that comes to you, ask yourself, is this a thought I want to keep, or is this a thought I want to let go of? Letting go of a thought takes time. But the way that you do let go of a thought is by continuously reminding yourself, I am in the process of letting go of this thought. You redirect your brain activity, you form new connections in your mind. And eventually you develop a new way of thinking and you're able to let that thought go. Like a branch of a tree that no longer reaches the sun, you will prune it and it will fall away. Alright, Jake, let me take a look at this. I've been in a long-distance relationship for 1 year and 7 months, and my girlfriend started talking to me less over time because she's busy with college and she has a job. It soon became 1 or 2 texts a day. And then her parents found out we're dating, got mad at her, and she told me they don't want her on the phone as punishment. She's in college. She's in college. She only sent me a few texts and she sent me the last text on May 21st. Like she's in college. Like, I'm sorry, that just sound like I have DPD, dependent personality disorder, so it's really messing with me. Now the problem which I need advice on the most is the fact that I found a few photos she liked on Instagram since she didn't text me. One of those photos being from 20 hours ago. So is she lying to me and is she not allowed on her phone or what? For context, she's 19 and I'm 17. It's hard to say, Jake. I would just say this is something that you'll probably want to talk to her about if you actually want to know what her motives and her feelings are. You just have to communicate that with her. But I don't know. There is the possibility that she's just using her parents as an excuse to not talk to you. I'm not saying that she's trying to like break it off or anything, but I don't know, just based on what you told me, that could be the case. I would say this is also, instead of viewing this as like, you know, I always try to view things in a light where it's like, what can I learn from this? How can I use this as an opportunity to grow? And so I would say, you know, if I have issues with dependency, this is an opportunity for me to practice handling those feelings and practice overcoming those feelings. I would say just don't put more effort and energy into the relationship than she is willing to put into the relationship. Because otherwise it's going to be very one-sided. Relationships often get kind of complicated when people start, you know, going to college. It's like you realize that the world is a bigger place and you realize that there's more people to talk to and things just, feelings change. It sucks, but it's true. So I don't know. I would just say just focus on your life and focus on what makes you happy. And, if this relationship isn't what you expected or it isn't working for you, then I would just take some time to think about it. I don't have friends anymore, so I can focus all my time on her. Jake? Jake? Healthy relationships should be mutually beneficial. It should feel like you are giving the same energy and effort into the relationship as she is. I think you found a person that you can admire, a person that you can adore. Just don't put all your eggs in one basket. If you have a history of issues with becoming overly dependent, this is an opportunity for you to break those old habits. And so I would say expand your relationships, find, reconnect with your friends, reinvest in those relationships. It's like being in a romantic relationship doesn't mean that you don't still have friends. That's actually kind of unhealthy. It's unfair to you, but it's also unfair to the person that you're in a relationship with because, like you want the person that you're in a relationship with to have friends. You want them to be able to have fun and socialize with people that they care about. And you should want that for yourself as well. The bigger your social net, the better. The bigger and wider that net is, the better it can catch you when you fall. Also, just make sure that you aren't just falling for the idea of the person. You know what I mean? It feels good to feel desired and to feel wanted and to have companionship. But what of those are you getting right now? Like if she's not putting forth much effort and her parents don't want it to work and she's making excuses about her parents saying that she can't use her phone. It's like she's in college. She can use her phone. I just want to make sure she's not just making excuses. You yourself are just as deserving of your love and affection as anyone else in the universe. I left a sorry unbonked up in chat. Oh my goodness, you're right. Well, bro ARL is... Or is it Brarl? We have a rule here. I don't accept apologies. This is an apology-free zone. You're sorry? You know what? I'll take it. I'll allow that one. I'll allow that one to slide. I'm gonna print that one out and frame it on my wall. That one I will allow. We'll make an special exception for you. I know this is probably going to sound weird, but she knows how much I hate breakups, so she promised me a while ago that if she ever breaks up with me, I can kidnap her. If she knows how much you hate breakups, this is probably why she's so wishy-washy and distant, is because she might just be hoping that the relationship fades without having to actually go through the act of, like, you gotta live your life, Jake. You gotta live your life. You got friends and family and people who love you and people who want to spend time with you, and if you want to work yourself away from these patterns of being overly dependent, it's gonna take practice, it's gonna take effort, but it can be done. So I would say just take some time today to do something nice for yourself. Be a person in your life that offers you a feeling of love. All right, let's check out this question. Let's scooch back over here. I'm very tired of needing to be there for almost everyone in my life. Hey, it's draining. It's draining. It's exhausting to always be the person who people rely on or depend on, or, you know, emotionally or in other ways. I don't know how to say it in any way that doesn't sound selfish, but going through my own rough patch in life, I find it extremely draining to have to constantly give my opinion or advice on things that feel trivial, as well as needing to watch what I say so I don't upset my friends. I've told a lot of people about this and consistently get disregarded. I constantly feel like I'm looking out for everyone around me, which makes it hard to look out for myself. What to do? Oh, I think you know, but you just need me to tell you, so I'm gonna tell you. What you need to do is you need to be that caring and compassionate person to yourself. How can you better communicate care and compassion to yourself? Like, there are people out there who do care and who do want to talk about that and who won't disregard you, so you need to find out who those people are. Also, let me just say that being selfish from time to time isn't inherently bad or wrong. In fact, it's actually necessary. Like, if you gotta take good care of yourself. You gotta, you know, look out for your own best interest so that you can better serve those that you care for. Reprioritize. Make yourself a priority and look out for yourself. Try that for a change and see how that works for you. Alright, I'm gonna have to start scooting through these questions. We've got a bit of a pile up. I feel feel like a different person from when I met my friends, or from my college friends. It was a traumatic time for me, and I don't remember much. Sometimes interacting with them triggers me, but I also miss having friends. Should I continue keeping my distance? I do reach out from time to time in the group chat, but I never feel like continuing. So, let's break this down real quick. What are your options? Your options are, I keep my distance. Let's say you keep your distance. Then what do you do? Does this cause you to isolate? Does this cause you to distance yourself from people in your life? Does this cause you to be lonely? So just think about, what would distancing yourself do for you? Option 2, you keep those relationships. You try to grow closer with people that you care about. Sometimes you might feel triggered. But you know what? Allowing yourself to feel triggered in a safe and controlled way gives you practice in handling those triggers. Life isn't about just avoiding all of your triggers, because you're just going to keep getting triggered. What you want to do is you want to desensitize yourself to those triggers so that they no longer trigger you. You got to claim your power back. So, is it normal to grow apart from people? Absolutely. Sometimes we have friendships at certain stages in our lives and we grow our own separate way, and we might not have those relationships forever. But what remains true is having healthy relationships and friendships is essential to your wellness and to your survival. So maybe these people aren't the friends that you want to have forever. Maybe these aren't your forever friends. But if not, who? If you're not going to be engaging and growing those relationships, which relationships are you going to nurture? Which relationships are you going to grow? Because that's an important part of your mental wellness and your continued functioning. Okay, Papa. Is it okay to label someone as a narcissist when you don't know if they have the diagnosis, or should I just refer to them as selfish? Is it rude to assume they're a narcissist even though they seem to fit the criteria? Okay. A person can demonstrate narcissistic traits without having a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder. The number of people in the world who demonstrate narcissistic traits is way higher than the number of people actually diagnosed. Even being raised by a narcissist, let's say you had a narcissistic parent or two narcissistic parents, you might pick up some traits that you might not even realize are narcissistic, or maybe you do recognize them and then you work to change them, but narcissistic traits are actually very common. And what's important to remember is that the reason why a person is narcissistic is because it is a ruse. It is them trying to cover up their own insecurity by projecting this image of greatness. They don't actually believe that they are the greatest thing to ever happen. They are actually deeply insecure. And so, your question is it okay to label someone a narcissist? Yeah, absolutely. They don't have to have a diagnosis in order to be labeled a narcissist. There are way more narcissists than there are people with a narcissist diagnosis. Donald J. Trump doesn't have a diagnosis for narcissism, but he's probably one of the best examples of a narcissist in modern times. Everything he does is the best and the greatest, and there's no admission of wrongdoing, there's no admission of fault. Everything else is someone else's fault. Just complete, utter lack of accountability. So yeah, no, you can call somebody a narcissist if they're acting like a narcissist. But I wouldn't apply this logic to all diagnoses. Let me give you an example. An example of something that I would not do or would not recommend is saying they're so bipolar. Like, a lot of mental illness already has a lot of stigma surrounding it, and so we don't want to use it as a way of, like, insulting somebody or criticizing somebody. But because you've probably encountered countless people who have a diagnosis that you had no idea. Because most of them are just walking around like normal people like you and me. I mean, I'm not normal, but... Whoa. Penny? Penny? Penny, come over here and say that. Come say it to my face. Penny, I'm gonna let you out of here if you're just gonna bark. That's it. That's it. You're done. You're done. Penny, shut up. Yeah, Jake, that might have been taken it a bit too far, because it's like... Just give her some space. It's gonna be a month and 3 days that she hasn't sent a single text, and she's well, I mean, to me, if you want me to be real with you, if you want me to just, like, no bullshit, it's like her actions speak louder than her words. Like, she is communicating to you, although not directly, that she just isn't that interested in maintaining this relationship. If she was, she would be doing more to actually show that she was interested in maintaining this relationship. Like, you got your own life to live. And appearing, like, too obsessive can push people away. Like, if you're watching their activity online and you're messaging people whose posts they liked, it's like, that's gonna push them away. And it's like, I get it. But these are things that you learn from in life. I mean, we've all been there, though. Hey Papa, I had a post a while ago about childhood groomers and how one I suspect is stalking me. This man is from Pakistan, but his LinkedIn has shown he came to my state for education in 2020 to 2021, which especially makes me sick knowing how I turned 18 in 2020. I was clearing out my emails yesterday and saw one about a Facebook notification from him in 2018, which I still wasn't 18, and it's bringing up feelings. I have a folder in my phone named Disgusting, and it contains the screenshots of him messaging me on Facebook and Instagram and looking at my LinkedIn. The LinkedIn view was from February 23, but that's the one I can see. I often wonder if he's one of the premium users viewing my profile on private, so I don't know if it was them. I have screenshots from 2018, 2020, and a few from 2021, and the profile view from 2023. All of this started around 2012. What is Penny? Can't see the text. Okay, there. Now can you see it? Now can you see it? Now it's too big. Bigger? Now I ate it. Now what are you gonna do? I'm saying all this because I don't know what to do. Is all of this, along with the explanation of him grooming me, even enough? Do I have to wait for it to escalate before anything can be done? His messages are weird, using old nicknames or simply just saying hi or asking me how I'm doing and aren't threatening in any sort. I just feel disgusted. I hate seeing his resume and knowing he's a data scientist and works with AI. I hate knowing he touches computers or even programs them while having such a twisted mind. I need something to be done, whether about him or in myself, but I don't know where to start. appreciate you all listening. Block them. Just block them a million times. The thing about the internet is, like, there are going to be weirdos, and there are going to be people online who are obsessive and who comb through your social media, and it's like the best that you can do is just try to keep yourself private and to just distance yourself from the people who are obsessive. It's like, could something be done about him? I don't know. I don't know. Unless he actually did something, I don't know if he's, like, based on what I'm hearing here, is like, I don't know how illegal any of that would be. Like, typically in these types of situations, it's like if you just completely disengage and don't interact with this person at all, and you just continue to, like, block them and distance yourself, it's like eventually they usually will just get bored and will find somebody else to bother. I would just try your best to just block and move on and just keep living your life and just try to not think about this person at all. I need her. Jake, what you need is some self-respect. Jake. What for? Women find self-respect attractive. Obsessiveness is cute, but it's quickly tiring. That's just me being real with you. Like, I could understand in the early stages of a teenage relationship, it's like, oh, you're so obsessed with me. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I love that you're obsessed with me. But after a while, it kind of, you get weary of it. At this point in time, it just doesn't sound like she has the time of day to invest in her relationship with you. And it sounds like, you know, you've only got so much emotional energy to give. So just be mindful where you spend that energy. Like, if she's not reciprocating, then that is her communicating to you in one way or another that she isn't interested in reciprocating. This might be one of those situations where it's like you miss the idea of the person more than the person themselves. I can't go through another breakup. Let's say that you did. What would you do? How would you handle it? Jake, you need to try to be the type of person that you would want to be in a relationship with. You want to be the person who has self-respect, the person who cares for themselves, who loves themselves. And you can only learn how to do that on your own. Nobody can teach that to you. Love is what matters. Do you love yourself, Jake? And what could you do to love yourself even more? Because I feel like just continuing to obsess is only going to hurt you. She's my soulmate? Wouldn't a soulmate text you back? It's been like a month. Maybe her parents are watching her while she's on Instagram. Jake, maybe she lied. Maybe her parents don't actually give a shit. Like, maybe that was just something that she was using as an excuse to not have to talk to you. And I'm not trying to be mean, I'm not trying to be rude or blunt, but I'm just trying to be real with you. She's 19 and she's in college. Like, her parents don't give a fuck what she's doing on her phone. Like, she could text you easily. Like, most parents these days are too busy to look up from their phone to worry about what their kid is doing on their phone. I would do anything for her if she sent me at least one text a week. Self-respect will come in time. When I'm going through a tough time, I feel an urge to be more blunt with people. I want to say things that I usually hold back to avoid being hurtful. Not necessarily to be mean, but to be more honest and less coddling. Is this approach hurtful, and how can I balance honesty with kindness when I'm struggling? Learning how to be kind in spite of when you're struggling is a true test of strength. Now, there is a time and a place to be direct with people. There is a time and a place to not be coddling with people. Now, if you say things that you feel like you came across as mean or hurtful, it's always okay to go back and say, you know what? I really wasn't in a good headspace when I say that, so I want to apologize. I didn't mean to be so blunt. I didn't mean to be hurtful. Like, being hurtful happens in life, so it's not about never being hurtful. It's about recognizing when you are hurtful and then making amends and then doing things differently in the future. So how can you balance this balance honesty with kindness? I feel like that's a balancing act that we're all trying to learn. And I feel like that's a balancing act that we will continue to be practicing for the rest of our lives. I would just say, just continue to try your best to always be kind and to always show grace to people, even when you're going through a hard time. This is a strength that you will continue to build over the course of your life. I wouldn't worry about being perfect about it today. This is something that you're going to continue to learn and continue to grow. And you'll continue to find that balance as you get older. I can't feel happy if I'm alone. Well, that's something you're going to want to practice. I'm nothing without her. I disagree. I disagree. I disagree 100%. Let me just say something. I don't think anybody wants to be in a relationship with anybody who's like, oh, I'm nothing without you. It's like, no, you don't want to date somebody who's nothing. Like, you want to bring your own things to the table. Like, you want to bring your own value, your own interests, your own hobbies and skills and passions. The thing about young love is that it does feel very intense. It does feel very consuming. It does feel like it's the most important priority in your life, and there's nothing that I can really say to change a person's mind on that. It's just something that you kind of have to process on your own. Marty's right. I would listen to Marty, Jake. I don't know if you know this, Jake, because you're kind of new here, but I've got the smartest chat on Twitch. My chat is full of geniuses, and they've all got some great words of wisdom for you. I can change that. Alright, FemTop. I like how you spelled top, T-O-P-P-E, because it does add to the femness that you're trying to portray. So I think that that was an act of genius. Because T-O-P-P-E definitely does sound more femme than just T-O-P. Change what? I think, Jake, I think they were just trying to call themselves dumb. I think that they were just trying to call themselves dumb. Because I said chat was full of geniuses, and they're like, I can change that. Everybody's smart in their own way. If you can learn to recognize the intelligence and the wisdom that people have in their own way, then you can just learn so much more in life. Rather than just dismissing people as unintelligent because they aren't intelligent in the ways that you expected. It's like, sure, maybe you can solve a math equation, but can you build a cabinet? Some people are fucking stupid. Well, yeah, say you have sex with stupid all the time. That guy that you... Yeah. Oh shit, if it isn't my favorite sentient mushroom. Welcome in, Zatchap Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. You be watching the mushroom? Oh yeah, we're all the mushrooms here. You notice I got these little mushroom alerts. Big therapy going out, right? We're putting in work today. I've had 20 questions today. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the Brain Domain. I'm Papa B, and I am... I'm a therapist. I was gonna say I'm the greatest therapist, but that sounds a bit egotistical. I am the greatest therapist in the room, and there's no one else in the room. If you like free therapy, you're in the right place. We got an update from one follower. I've been suffering from loneliness and depression a lot for the past 6 months, but it got even worse in the last 2 months. But I've made some work with myself. I left a message in my local anonymous chat app thingy where people were looking for new friends, and I immediately got about 5 messages from people about my age. After some messaging, I seemed to have common things with one person, so we decided to meet for real. We met today and it went well. I felt so happy that I was brave enough to research for new friends and meet someone who actually felt really nice in person. We might meet again, but I'm not sure yet. Even this one meeting brought me so much happiness. Let's go. Historically, who is the greatest therapist? The thing about therapy is if you were to have like a therapy Olympics, there would have to be different categories. ChatGPT is saying Sigmund Freud, Carl Rogers, Carl Jung, Albert Ellis, and Aaron Beck. Wow, not ChatGPT forgetting all about the GOAT, Dr. Marsha Linehan. Kinda rude. Therapist speed dating would be nice. That's kind of what this is. This is kind of like speed dating, but for therapy. Who is the greatest therapist historically? I mean, Sigmund Freud gets a lot of shit because a lot of what he said was pretty quacky, and a lot of what he conceptualized was just based on his own analysis of himself, so he was basically just projecting a lot of his own thoughts onto everyone else. But he did come up with a lot of important concepts, such as the importance of the unconscious mind and defense mechanisms and that sort of thing. Carl Rogers. Carl Rogers pioneered the humanistic approach to therapy, which is really important. You know, just being kind and compassionate and showing positive regard to the person you're working with. Carl Jung. I don't know if he was so much like a therapist. He expounded a lot on a lot of Sigmund Freud's theories. He was a student of Sigmund Freud, and you know he did a lot of like research and different new theories like the collective unconscious and you know like human like social archetypes and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. But I wouldn't really consider him to be like a therapist. Albert Ellis. Oh, I think came up with REBT, but don't quote me on that. Aaron Beck was one of the people who came up with cognitive behavioral therapy, which is still one of the gold standards in therapy today. Me personally, one of my favorite therapists from history is this guy named Fritz Perls because he was hilarious. He was a Gestalt psychologist and he was big in like California in the 70s, and his style of therapy was more like, I'm going to lecture at you. Also, this was back when therapists would be smoking cigarettes while they're talking to you. Whatever happened to just zapping people in the head until they died or got better? You know, they still zap people in the head. They still zap people in the head, but what they've actually found is that you can do a pretty similar effect by using powerful magnets. It's called transcranial magnetic stimulation. And they use a powerful magnet to stimulate your basal ganglia. So instead of electrocuting people, or just shocking people rather, electrocuting would be death, you use a super powerful magnet to do the same thing, and it doesn't harm you in the way that an electric current would. If I had to remove one part of my brain, what would it be? I'll have to think about it. I need all the parts. I used all of them. Is this kind of like cheating? She was my therapist and I was hers, but I had to talk to you because she's not talking to me. Did I cheat? No, Jake, you did not cheat. In fact, a therapist would want you to talk to other people about your problems. A therapist doesn't just want you to talk to them about their problems, about your problems. You could probably see how that might be unhealthy. Also, congratulations to this. Thank you for this update. We got this good news. You're out there making friends. You're out there doing the thing. Great work. Let's go. How can I forgive myself for making stupid mistakes in my teens when I'm still a teen? Being a teen is the time in life for making a majority of your stupid mistakes. I don't think there's ever been a teenager who didn't make a stupid mistake. It's just part of being a teenager. And you want to know why? Find an infograph that doesn't suck ass. The last part of your brain to finish developing is your prefrontal cortex. Believe it or not, your brain isn't finished developing until you are in your 20s. Normally around 25 is when people's brains are finally fully developed. Now what's important to remember, this final part of your brain to develop is the part of your brain that is responsible for what we refer to as executive functioning. Meaning, this is the part of your brain that can look ahead and say, is this a good choice, what I'm about to do? What would the consequences be of my decision? And so this is why teenagers make teenager mistakes, is because your brain is still cooking. Your prefrontal cortex isn't fully developed yet. And so you have a harder time looking forward at the consequences of your choices. And so that's why being a teenager is the time in your life to make those stupid mistakes. You're still cooking. So I would just say, don't try to force yourself to get over anything that you're not ready to get over yet. Just give yourself the time that you need to get over it. Don't try to force yourself. The basal ganglia, central and the motivation system, have the brain's highest cannabinoid receptor density. And you said you weren't a genius? It kind of makes me want to take an edible. There's two versions. There's, hey, you're stupid, so don't worry about being stupid. And then there's, hey, you're stupid, so remember to think double hard. Right? Right? Okay. Here's the thing. when it comes to making a mistake, I want you to try to take a look at it in this way. Is there something to learn from this? Was this just a random accident? Is this something that couldn't have been avoided? Was this just something random and weird? Or is it a mistake that I made that I can learn from, and now I know how to act differently in the future? Life isn't about not making mistakes. Life is about learning from your mistakes so that you don't repeat them. So it's not about not making mistakes. Making mistakes is fine. Everybody does. What you want to do is you want to learn from those mistakes and not blame other people for those mistakes. You want to accept accountability for your actions. My divorce lawyer says we should put it on pause until I get my new social security number. I'm so over this. I just, like, why do they need to give you a new social security number? Legal gender recognition. I understand that, but I still don't understand why they need to give you a new social security number to make that happen. It's in the number? Wait. There are identifiers in a person's social security number that indicate their gender? Isn't that kind of weird? I wonder if it's that way everywhere, if it's just that way in some countries. I had no idea. That is kind of weird, though. Like, that just doesn't seem to be necessary. That reminds me of, I forget which state it was. You might have heard about this. I saw it on like a TikTok or something. There were two different versions of a license plate in a state. And there was one that said, "In God We Trust," and there was another that didn't have "In God We Trust" on it. And depending on whether or not you had "In God We Trust" on your license plate, it would change the order of the numbers and letters on your license plate. I also might own part of our lake house, and this gives him time to think of a plan to fuck me over. I don't know, the guy sounds like a fucking idiot anyway, so... It's in... Okay. Whoa, my camera lagged. It's in Tennessee. In the state of Tennessee. Wait, why did that... You can choose to either have "In God We Trust" on your license plate or not. If you don't, it reverses the numbers and the letters. They say that it's for administrative and inventory purposes. They're trying to claim that it's so that they have more unique combinations to use on the plates, but that's bullshit. You have like 100 million different combinations as it is, and the population of Tennessee is like 7 million. I can't go through another breakup. I just want you to be mindful and aware that you might be going through one right now. That is a realistic possibility. So guy can kidnap her? No. No, that's a felony. That's a felony, Jake. That's gonna get you sent to prison, Jake. That's gonna send you, that. They don't even care that you're 17. They'll send you to big boy prison. You gotta move on, Jake. You gotta move on, Jake. It's not gonna be long, I guess. Okay, this is the thing. I've always had difficulties to believe in people, and I overthink every little change towards me. But I had a relationship where I was really believing in the guy. I really started to believe that I could be normal and stop this stupid overthinking, but he told me that he was just using me the whole time with those exact words. After that, I overcome the situation and I thought I had everything in control again. The thing is that I have a boyfriend now who I love, but I overthink too much. I mean, I keep thinking that he's just using me and that I'm just a game and he will get bored, or that he's already bored and he just wants to end the relationship instead of him, things like that. The worst, though, is the fact of not being enough. I don't feel enough for him. I really think he deserves better, and that thought just increases when I overthink. I feel that I don't believe in him, but at the same time I can't stop overthinking. Yet. I can't stop overthinking. Yet. We want to try to rephrase these types of thoughts and beliefs we have about ourselves. We don't want to label something as impossible for us if it's something that we're working on. You might be having a very difficult time in stopping your overthinking, but that doesn't mean that it's not impossible to stop your overthinking. So I just want to start off by saying that. Anyway, I want you to be mindful of a self-fulfilling prophecy. All of these thoughts and fears and worries that you're dealing with, they affect your relationship, and they may end up making your relationship fail. And you might bring to reality the things that you're afraid of. This is one of those things that it's going to take time and effort and practice to overcome. Instead of always asking yourself what could go wrong, you want to start asking yourself what could go right. And you want to be able to be more aware and more appreciative of the things that you do have going for you. Because if your relationship is just filled with all of these reservations and fear and worry, it will affect your relationship. How would your boyfriend feel if he knew the things that you were thinking about him? Like, how do you think your boyfriend would feel if he knew that you thought that he was just using you, or that you're just a game, or like if you felt like his feelings weren't genuine? I would recommend to do less thinking with this part of your brain and do more thinking with this part of your body. What does your heart tell you? I can tell you this, your head's where all your overthinking and all your anxiety lives, so that's just gonna just always gonna find something to worry about, something to obsess over. All right. Let's talk about overthinking. Let's talk about overthinking in general, okay? Because that's what we're really dealing with, is the overthinking. How do we deal with overthinking? There are different ways that we can do that, and depending on who you are and what it is that you catch yourself overthinking about, different things might work better for you. This might sound silly, but I want you to hear me out. When you find yourself overthinking about something, you catch yourself in the act, I want you to be kind to yourself. I want you to be compassionate with yourself and recognize, okay, I'm overthinking. Rather than getting upset with yourself and saying, ugh, there I go, overthinking again. Can't I think like a normal person? Why can't I just think like a normal person? All I do is overthink and obsess. All I do is like, shh, 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 shh. A valid strategy in dealing with overthinking is to ask yourself this question. What would you rather be thinking about instead? What would you rather be thinking about instead? Your brain is actually super receptive to distraction and suggestion. And we're going to use this fact to our advantage. We're going to use our understanding of how our brain works to our benefit. Like if I catch myself, okay, Let me give you an example. Sometimes I'll catch myself thinking about something, and what I do is when I catch myself in the act, rather than put myself down or make myself feel bad, what I do is I say, oh, there I go, overthinking. Now, what else could I be thinking about instead? There is an infinite universe out there with an infinite number of possibilities of stuff that you could be thinking about right now. You could be thinking about aliens, you could be thinking about deep sea creatures, you could be thinking about volcanoes, pirates, sharks. You could be thinking about dinosaurs, you could be thinking about anything. So, what would you like to be thinking about? If you find yourself overthinking, this is just your brain expressing excitement at the prospect of thinking about something. Your brain wants to think about shit. So give it something fun to think about. When you find yourself overthinking about stuff that could go wrong or stuff that you're afraid of, you're actually manifesting those things. Like if you're in a relationship with somebody, like the questioner was talking about, if you're in a relationship with somebody and you're just thinking about, am I good enough for them? They're just using me. Do they actually care about me? It's like that's going to manifest in your actions, in the way that you engage with them, in the way that you talk with them, and they're going to pick up on it, and it's going to drive a wedge in between you. And then you're going to end up breaking up, and then you're going to say, see, I was right. And it's going to make your next relationship even harder. Just appreciate the time that you do have with this person, because things could change. You never know how long you're going to have this person for, so just try to enjoy the time that you do have with them. Whether that be another day or another 20, 30, 50 years. Jake, tell me something that you like about yourself. I want to hear something that you like about yourself. Nothing? Sorry, wrong answer. Try again. Keep thinking. Keep thinking. Something will come to you. Keep thinking. I mean, I can say something. You've got a great words per minute. You're a quick typer. That's good. But that's just one thing. How to find love in the journey and not the destination. It's important to realize that the destination is merely the start of another journey. You're always going to be on the journey. You're always going to be in progress. And so if you wait until the destination to permit yourself to feel happy or to love the experience, you're really missing out. If you can learn to find joy in the act of doing, the act of unfoldment, that's what life is all about. One could even argue that every step on the journey is its own destination. Wake up and grind, but if that's all you know how to do, you gotta practice your relaxing. I've found that a lot of people make that mistake of assuming that they are as good as they can be at relaxing. I've met some people who are really, 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 really bad at relaxing. Relaxing is a skill, and if you want to get better at it, you have to practice it, just like any other skill. Nothing is something worth doing. Okay, so I started an OnlyFans a while ago, and a subscriber just sent me a receipt for a hotel room he booked to come see me. What the fuck do I do? It's not even a nice hotel. You send the details to your husband and you say, it's really important, I need to meet with you, come meet me at this hotel room. What if I love food but hate making food, and making food is the journey? You can learn to love things. Also, save the word hate. There are certain things in life that are deserving of your hate. Nazis, pedophiles, other genocidal maniacs, billionaires. There are plenty of things in the world that are deserving of your hate, but I feel like we throw that word around too easily. There are things in life that you might not like, but that you can learn to like, and maybe even learn to love. If you can practice communicating love through your cooking, then you will love cooking. There are many different love languages and many different ways to express love, and cooking is one of those things. And you've probably realized this, you've probably noticed this yourself, because food tastes better when there's love in it. Like, I've been to some restaurants where it's like there's nothing technically wrong with the food. The food has good ingredients, it was prepared well, it tastes good, but it doesn't taste as good as it could because you can tell that the person making it, they weren't putting love into the cooking. Feels like it's missing something. I find that it's easier to put more effort into something if you view it as you're giving yourself a gift. Like, maybe you have a hard time getting your dishes done. I find it's easier to get your dishes done if you rephrase it. I am giving myself the gift of an empty sink. I'm giving myself the gift of clean dishes. Because I deserve it. You have a dog? That dog wants you to take it for a walk. It's midnight? Oh!
Every once in a while, we get somebody who's British watching the stream. We get somebody from overseas.
It's 11 in the UK? Do they only have one time zone? Are they all in the same time zone? I don't know anything about the UK. Ah, okay, okay. Repeat after me. Are you gonna give me a relaxing sigh? And I want you to reflect on that. How relaxing was it? How much relaxation were you communicating with that sigh? I want you to try again, and I want you to try to feel even more relaxed. Mine still goes aggressive. You're like, ah! Oh! Just think hot tub. That sound you make when you get into a hot tub, or that sound you make when you take a cool drink on a hot day and you just go, ah. I think you might be forcing it. You might be pushing too hard. You're just trying to let it go. It's a legitimate technique that they teach to people. We call it the physiological sigh. And it creates a relaxation response within your body. It's a tried and tested technique to manage your stress and anxiety. I don't know if I should moan like that right now. My window is open. You don't need to be that loud. I live with just one other streamer house or something. I live with my girlfriend Casey, and she's also a streamer, and she's streaming right now. So I guess it's technically a streamer house. The majority of us in the house are streamers. How did you do that with your voice? You want me to teach you how to do it? Okay. Remember that thing we were just doing where you breathe in and then you sigh? I want you to try that, but I want you to try to do it with the back of your mouth. So breathe in and then just try to feel the vibration in the back of your throat. He just sent you pictures of himself. I feel obligated to meet this man. You don't owe him anything? See, Jake, you were over here talking bad about yourself. You couldn't name anything you like about yourself, but you're giving some pretty solid advice. You are correct. You don't owe him anything. He has a mustache. If I hold my hands like this, you could pretend that I just have a mustache. I don't know. I don't know if I could do just a mustache. But really, if you want to learn how to throat sing, it takes a lot of practice. I've been doing it for a couple of years now. But what you start with is you start by finding that vibration in the back of your throat, that and then you practice making vowel sounds. E-I-O-U. That kind of stuff. Coming day. Thank you for the 5 bits. Should we do something weird? Can I do something weird? It feels like a weird vibrating burp. Exactly. You are using the same parts of your throat that create that vibration, like when you're burping. Because if you think about like a burp will be like. How do I buy a plane ticket? If you don't know how to buy a plane ticket, you probably shouldn't be buying plane tickets. Also, let me just strongly emphasize this. If a person hasn't been in communication with you and they've been avoiding talking to you, the last thing that you want to do is get a plane ticket and then show up where they're at, because that will not be received well. Kind of my last option. No, you actually have a million other options. You could move on, you could find someone else, you could go to the gym, you could work on yourself. You have plenty of other options. Thought it sounded like that one Australian instrument. A didgeridoo. And if I love her too, it's romantic. Wrong. And if I love her too, it's romantic. Wrong. If you actually love someone and you're in a mutually understanding relationship, it's not kidnapping, it's going on a road trip. Like, let go of this, like, Joker, Harley Quinn, toxic relationship idea that you're holding on to. You want to do something weird? think there's a safe feeling about it because they're willing to go that far for me, and it means they love me a lot, would never leave me. Now, see, Jake, I just need you to okay, I really need you to understand this. This is how people who are in abusive relationships think. This is why people get stuck in abusive relationships. He hits me because he cares. He gets so upset because he really cares about me. He really loves me. That's why he beats me. It's only because he cares so much about me that he gets so upset and hits me. Don't let your desperation to be in a relationship give yourself... Don't let your desperation to be in a relationship permit you to be abused. It's like, if you want to feel actual love, look in here. Like, you set the standard for what love is for you. Your self-love is what defines the love that you feel for other people. All right, let's find a good note. Let's find a good note. Are you ready? Are you ready to do something weird? This is actually kind of fun. I always get a kick out of this. You ready? Let's find a good note first. Maybe like a... It's kind of cutting out. It's kind of cutting out. Alright, start over. It was just a test run. It's kind of cutting out. Ooh, it's kind of... Test run. Aw, ads. I'm sorry, Jake. You're new here, so you don't know the rules, but we don't accept apologies here. When you apologize, you get bonked. You don't need to apologize. It's okay. I just need to... Maybe I need to turn off my noise gate. Oh... Yeah, I think that'll work. Is this Tuvan throat singing? Yep. Harmonic effects that time. Yeah, I created an overtone. That captured the sound of my mouse clicks, and it was going crazy. I had to start over. It was capturing my mouse clicks. Like an infinite number of click, 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 click. There are different styles of throat singing. Someone asked if this was throat singing. There's different types of throat singing. There's a really low, deep one that's like. That's a style of throat singing, and then there's the other one where you're like, it's more like, it's all up in your sinuses. You have to use your sinuses to reverb and create an overtone within your head. I hurt myself if I do it wrong. It will make your throat sore. Like, my throat is a little sore because you gotta warm up. But there's a style of throat singing where it's more like. Can I whistle? Oh, I can whistle. Can't swim, cook, or ride a bike. Can you make a grilled cheese? That's cooking. That's technically cooking. Also, you can bake. My mic keeps cutting out. The microphone really doesn't capture the throat singing well. It's one of those things that works best if you have a mic that's set up to hear it correctly, or if you are hearing it in person. Like some of the stuff that I'll do, like we have some pretty good reverb in some spots in our house, and so I'll use the room that I'm in to create an acoustic effect. I have a friend trying to throat sing, but she kind of sucks. The thing about learning how to throat sing is for the first few weeks of learning how to throat sing, you're gonna sound like you're gargling or like a garbage disposal. You're gonna sound like... It took me a long time to be able to do what I can do. And I practice it pretty much every day. But yeah, if you're just getting started, just stick to the basics and just try to make those vowel sounds. Yeah, if you're trying to learn how to throat sing, be prepared to sound like shit for a while. Good old Tanu Tuva. Whenever I think of Tanu Tuva, it makes me want to throat sing. This was the video that made me want to start practicing. This and also that band The Who. Not WHO. HU. A heavy metal band from the region. Wait, is the whistle in his mouth? It's produced in your sinus cavities. You have to drive the air up to reverb within your sinuses. WTF, he made that whistle too? Yeah, it's kind of like... Like, I'm nowhere near as good as this guy. Give me 10, 15 more years, and I might get there. But I can do the overtone. That's what you call they call it like a duotone or like an overtone. The most talented throat singers can produce 3 or 4 notes at the same time. So at that point, you're making an entire chord. Pretty cool. But yeah, if you want to do it, just go. It's that easy. Alright, so in the Republic of Tuva, they have a throat singing competition, and the prize for winning first place in your division, because they do it by division depending on the style of throat singing that you do, the prize for winning your division of throat singing is a horse. You get a horse, but as you'll notice, it's a Tuvan horse. You notice the Tuvan horse is tiny. It's a little horse. Anyway. This dude fucking gets it. I love this guy. It's one of my favorite videos on YouTube. Shit. Well, how are we doing? I don't see hungry on this wheel. Amused. Nice. The wheel. Throat's a little sore. Throat singing will do that to you. I am the wheel. So how you feeling? Any of these feelings catch your eye? Hmm. Why am I smelling the emotions? Because I wanted to know what they smelled like. Got a problem with that? Got a problem with what I do with my wheel? I'm just kidding. I'm not trying to be combative. Stop zipping around like a bug. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. Oh, I think you got me. Just kidding. Bzzz, bzzz. Trying to find me. Never gonna catch me. Oh. Aha! All right, I'm having too much fun with this. We need to cut this out. We need to cut off this nonsense, these shenanigans. This is meant to be serious. This is a business stream. Back. I'm back. Hold on. Configuring something.
It's still lunch if you want.
This makes me want to get another cat. I don't need to get another cat. Okay, I think I have this configured right. All right. There we go. Now it'll work. So whenever I say to hang in there, I can just... Remember being a kid? Did they have these types of posters hanging up in your school or something when you were a kid? I remember seeing this on the wall of my school as a child and just being like, you know, I think they're onto something. Like, huh. You know what? I have a. Speaking of like signs that were hanging up in your school, I have an interesting memory. There were two signs that contradicted one another, or maybe they didn't. I don't know, but there was somebody had a sign in their classroom, and it said, "A mind is best like a parachute. It works best when it is open." And then there was another poster in a different room, and it said, "Don't have your mind so open that your brain falls out." Like, wait, what? We had a pro open-mindedness and an anti open-mindedness. Both at the. I was getting conflicting information. Would there even be a poster? That's what I'm wondering. Like, why are they wanting us to not be open-minded? It's a good question. I can think of some reasons. My desk up a little. Sloths are kind of weird. You know that one of the most dangerous times for a sloth is when they shit. Because, get this, when a sloth has to take a shit, it doesn't just shit out of the tree that it's in. It climbs out of the tree to go shit on the ground. How does that make any sense? It doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah, it's the most dangerous time to be a sloth is when you're going number 2. Why do they do that? Because the brain is smart but also dumb. We could just shit our pants, but we use a toilet. I mean, my thinking here is either I can shit in my house, or I can walk out into the middle of the woods and go take a shit out in wilderness. The sloth could just shit out of the tree, right? Like birds do it all the time. He's like, nah. I gotta make my way down. Did you know sloths can swim too? Sloths are pretty funny. They're up there. Some of my favorite animals. Just goofy guys.
Could this be her? He does his best to put on a turn of speed.
Oh yeah, he's cooking. You know, you gotta love a sloth. Just in no hurry, completely unbothered, just chilling. That's something about that that's kind of admirable. It kind of makes you think that maybe they've got the right idea. But we're like, nah, I need to work in an office. I could just hang out in a tree all day. Or I could get on the internet.
But she's not the one. She
Oh.
already has a baby.
Ooh.
And she won't mate again until it leaves her in about 6 months' time.
Ooh.
Even life on a paradise island can have its limitations. But at least she can't be far away.
There's another sloth out there calling. He's trying to find her. Can you imagine? You saw a sloth that was saved from drowning. Yeah, they can swim. They can swim. Late to the raid. Well, welcome in. What's good? We're talking sloths. Imagine you lived in the Ice Age and the sloths were this big. Or even this big.
Oh my goodness.
You know, there are some pros and cons to traveling back in time to the Ice Age to visit the giant prehistoric sloths. I mean, obviously you could ride around on a giant prehistoric sloth and it would probably be largely unbothered. But then again, you were also dealing with like saber-toothed tigers and stuff, which, just like, hey, let me grab you. Let me hang from you. Like, get back here. I wanna hang off you.
You want to get a picture? Yes. As an actor? Yes, I want to get famous in this place, that's why.
How do you get a baby sloth? Oh my god. It's legal to own a sloth here? Hmm. Sloths do not like to be petted? Well, if it doesn't like to be petted, what's the point? They don't like to be groomed or petted? Sounds like too much work. You don't even get to pet it. Like, what's the point of... Like, that's why it's called a pet. It's because you're going to be petting it. Like, why would you have a pet that you can't pet? Like, you can pet a dog, you can pet a cat, you can even pet a fish. You can pet a bird. You can pet all sorts of reptiles. You can even pet a tarantula. You can't pet a sloth, then it shouldn't be a pet. It should only be a pet if you are allowed to pet it. If not friend, then why friend-shaped? Oh, armadillos. We started getting armadillos in Missouri. You used to not see them here, but I think as the weather's gotten warmer, they've started migrating north. So you used to never see armadillos here. You would see armadillos only if you went down south. But now you see them here. Did you know that armadillos... I forget if it's only certain types of armadillos or if it's all armadillos. They give birth to identical triplets or something.
Oh wait, quadruplets. Armadillos always give birth to identical quadruplets.
What if humans did that? Imagine that humans had identical quadruplets every time they had babies. What would the world be like if humans had identical quintuplets every time they gave birth? Similar to an armadillo. Is it armadillo? Armadillo? Arma. This is why I love AI. Look at this. It gave me such a great answer. This is why I like AI. Because you can ask it stupid questions and it gives you the most serious answer you've ever seen. I also love that I like AI. AI entertains me, and that is the bar that I set for my judgment on it. I'm like, is this going to put some people out of a job? Oh, absolutely. Like, just like the steam engine put people out of a job. Like, just like the Industrial Revolution put a lot of people out of work. Like, I'm sorry, but that's a good thing. We don't want to have to work so hard. Isn't that the whole point of innovation, is to not have to work so hard? What about the artists? The thing about it is, I hate to say this because I like to make art, and I consider myself an artist. But the thing about AI art is it's like, people hated paying artists anyway. People are always like, if you get an AI, if you use AI art, it's taking money from an artist. I'm like, name a single production in which the artist gets their fair share of the art that they're creating. Like, how much of a cut of the Marvel movies do the CGI artists get? How much of a cut are the people who are coming up with like the graphical assets? I'm like, they're definitely not making as much. People hate paying artists for doing work, but what people do like is they like buying art. Like, people like buying art made by people, so there's still going to be a market for it. But a lot of like the soul crushing, autonomous, repetitive, mindless jobs that involve art are probably going to go to a computer. And you probably want that because if you've ever done corporate graphic design, it sucks. It's the most uninteresting, generic, boring way to use your art degree. People are still always going to want the real thing. They're always going to want something that's crafted with a human hand. There are still people who do like woodworking and crafting and all sorts of things with hand tools. Like, that stuff's never going away. There's always going to be people doing it by hand. I feel like we need a new word and should reserve the word art for human generated stuff. I know that will never happen, right? True. No, I think that's a good idea. I think that if it's made by a human, you can refer to it as art. But if it's created by I don't know, maybe you could just call it a generated image. We used, instead of saying we used AI art for this project, you could say we used generated imagery. Like saying CGI, but you dropped the C. We'll just call it CGI, computer generated imagery. A computer made it, a human didn't make it. A human just told a computer what to do. My favorite thing about the AI discourse is people who will argue and be pedantic about how current existing AI models aren't actually AI, and it's like, clearly you don't understand that intelligence works in a variety of different metrics. Also, intelligence doesn't imply understanding or comprehension. Intelligence just applies to your ability to produce information that is accurate. You don't actually have to understand what you're presenting, you just need to be correct. Let's use AI to entertain us for a moment. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT something. I want to use an image generating AI to create the funniest possible image. What should I tell it to make? And give me the prompt that I can use to generate the image. Creating a huge image can be subjective. I don't care about subjectivity. I want you to choose what you determine to be the most objectively funny image. And then it explains to me why it's funny. This is the thing that it thinks would be the funniest thing. Alright, let's create it. Let's see if it's actually as funny as we think it is. That's That's the thing about the AIs. It's not very funny. Like, do you think this is funny? Is this funny to you? Is this what humor is? I think that humans are safe for a while as long as you're able to be funny. Because the thing that AI is really bad at is AI is not that good at being funny. The AI doesn't really understand humor. So sometimes I like to try to get the AI to be creative just to really test its limitations. This is what the AI thinks is funny. Like, oh yeah, this is actually hilarious. I am dying laughing. I gotta go to the restroom. I will be right back. Fucking love turtles. Every time I see one crossing a road, I stop and get them to safety. Don't ever question the content or quality of your character ever again. I also stop and help the turtles. Come on, little buddy, the road is no place for you. Just don't toss them in the water. Yeah, if they're walking around on land, they probably shouldn't be in the water. If they're a water turtle, they're probably swimming around in the water. Hey, Miss Poopy.
Oh, Miss Poopy.
Look at this cat.
I'm sorry, I need to rewind for that gulp. He said, land dwellers are tortoises. Yeah, I think that sounds right. Oh, wait, hold on. Teenage Mutant Ninja Tortoises. So all tortoises only live on land, but some turtles live on land. Just depends on whether or not they can swim, I think. I love that this turtle has no idea what's going on. Poopy, what are you doing? She's over here batting around this thing. She's such a funny little kitty. Tore a hole in space. Well, All right, everybody. I think that's gonna be it for me today. We'll be back tomorrow. So you know how it goes. Have a good night. Take good care of yourselves. Stay safe out there, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Yeah, my streaming schedule should be more normal now that I've gotten through most of the housework. Now that I got that room, I'm gonna go finish that room right now, actually. I'm gonna go work on the grout in the sunroom. Then the living room's coming along. We got the new kitchen soon. Oh, it's actually getting delivered tomorrow. Hell yeah. Our new appliances get here tomorrow. Not our new fridge, though. Apparently the fridge is delayed. But we get the other stuff. So we'll have an oven and an air fryer, microwave. This Poopy's sitting on my keyboard. Oh. All right. Bye.